Mother's Day. We had some showers, we had some storms move through earlier this morning into early this afternoon that had impacts along the I-35 corridor and points off to the east. Those storms are now starting to clear, but we are going to be watching out for additional thunderstorms moving in from the west as we head into this evening, which is why we have a first alert weather day in effect here for essentially the next 6 to 12 hours here as we head throughout this evening and as we head into early parts of your Monday morning. So let's get right into the latest here with the forecast, and you can see a first alert weather day in effect here for today. Large hail, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, and yes, even an elevated non-zero tornado threat will be possible as we head into this evening. As of right now, we have a severe thunderstorm watch, a watch in effect for all these counties we have highlighted in this pink color, and this watch is extended until 9 p.m. Now, this watch does not include either Dallas or Tarrant counties. However, as these storms move their way from west to east, I would not be surprised if A, we see additional counties added to this watch, and B, if we see the watch extended here as these storms start to work their way east of the I-35 corridor. Now, overall here for today, we have a level 1, 2, and 3 zone for severe weather. It looks like the highest potential for severe weather will be in that orange shaded area off to the south and off to the west. But I do want to highlight that any storms that we track here for today, especially in the yellow and orange highlighted regions, will be capable of producing that large hail, the damaging winds, the flooding rainfall, and yes, even the elevated non-zero tornado threat. So overall, what we are tracking here for the rest of today, there is that elevated tornado threat I just discussed, but it is going to be primarily a large hail and damaging wind threat here as we head throughout this afternoon and as we head into this evening. But you can see I also bumped up that risk for flooding rainfall. We are going to see some pretty impressive rainfall amounts here for some areas, and depending on where some of the heavier bands of rainfall set up and line up here as it works its way primarily to the south, it looks like, of I-20, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rain gauge top in 3 to 4 inches of total rainfall, which is why localized, primarily localized flash flooding will be a concern, will be a risk here as we head throughout the next, especially 6 hours. Here's the latest on radar, and you can see that first wave of thunderstorms that we had this morning that I was tracking continuing to clear well off to the east. So as we switch over to links, one thing I want to show you is what we are mainly looking at is earlier today, the storms that I was tracking that made their way from north to south is this little cluster of storms here right there. And these storms are continuing to work their way off to the east, so they will clear here over the next hour or so. Now, after that, one thing I do want to point out is that this area to the north, pretty much I-35 north from pretty much DFW all the way up through Sanger and Thackerville there along the Red River, this zone right here that I have circled, there will be some storms in this region, but overall the threat, the potential for severe weather, since this part of the atmosphere pretty much got worked over by the storms this morning, the overall support from the atmosphere to develop and intensify any of these showers into severe thunderstorms is going to remain relatively low. So that's the good news. The storms that I'm tracking in that zone right there I just circled, the overall potential for severe weather in that zone is going to remain relatively low. However, I do want to point out the main zone we are going to be watching will be for these storms here off to the west. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here off to our southwest. We're also going to be watching this zone here off to the west as well for additional development of severe weather potential here as we head throughout the next couple of hours and as we head into this evening. So overall, let's go and switch back over to Max, and I can show you that on radar, the overall storm motion I will be tracking here for the rest of this evening will be moving almost directly from west to east, and the overall storm motion will be moving about 20, in some cases 30 miles an hour, so the storms won't be moving as fast as the ones I was tracking this morning. Those storms were racing to the south from the Red River down here to I-20 earlier this morning. But the main storm we are watching right now is going to be this storm here off to the west. This storm is moving its way towards Stephenville right there, and you can see that it's definitely packing a pretty good punch right there. We've seen reports of pretty good size hail. It was warned for, I think, up to 2-inch hail. So this is what we're going to be watching out there. We have our storm chaser, Jason, out on this storm, and if we can get his shot, we'll go and show that to you. But overall, very impressive storm on radar. You can see the outflow very clear from that storm here as it continues to work its way to the south of I-20. Now, the good news is the hail core is to the south of the highway, and it's moving farther away from the highway. So you definitely do not want to see, quarter-size, golf ball-size hail across a major interstate especially on a Sunday afternoon, right? So we are still going to be watching out for heavy, in some cases blinding rainfall across the highway, so we'll still be watching out for that. Now, one thing I am watching out for, this is the velocity signature. So right here, what I'm showing you, this is the radar's measurement of the intensity of the rainfall and the hail from these particular storms. The brighter the colors, the heavier the rain, and sometimes, in some cases, the brighter the colors, the larger the hail that this storm is producing. That's what this part of the radar is showing you, is the intensity of the rainfall. This part of the radar is showing you the winds inside of the actual storm. The colors correspond to the direction of the wind. So the greens are the winds that are blowing towards the radar site, and then the reds are the winds that are blowing away from the radar site. So normally what we look for to find rotation in a severe thunderstorm, in a supercell thunderstorm, is whenever you start to see those areas where the reds and the greens are very tightly coupled together. So as I freeze frame the radar, I'm going to go ahead and draw this on there for you. You can see that this zone right here that I'm circling, that is where you can see the highest potential that we are tracking for a rotation signature here on radar. Now this rotation signature, it's pretty low to the ground here as far as where the radar is. So the radar is right here. So this is looking about 45, 50 miles away. So it is looking a couple of hundred, possibly a couple thousand feet up into the sky to where that signature is, that rotation signature. So I will point out that this part of the storm, it is looking at the atmosphere where hail production is most likely to happen. That's the part of the atmosphere where hail production mainly happens, and that's exactly where we're looking. So you can see pretty good size hail being produced by this storm, and you can see that over the last hour on our hail tracker, you're definitely seeing earlier in its life cycle, you saw up to about golf ball size. Anytime you start to see orange on that map for the hail core, that's whenever we start to see, yeah, it's definitely when we start to see hail size is definitely over golf ball size. So that's what we're watching for that particular zone, for that particular region. So we will be watching that very closely here, because the hail size, especially for this part of the storm, is going to be the main thing we watch here as we head into this evening and as we head into tonight. So overall, from what we're mainly seeing, yeah, that's definitely going to be producing some pretty good size hail. And as we zoom in, you can see that earlier in its life cycle, I'm going to freeze frame the radar and give you a closer look at just what we got to see here with this particular part of the storm. I want to stop on the actual part of the storm that had the largest hail. See if we can pinpoint it right about, let's see, right about there. So we'll do a timestamp on there for you. So this was right around 3:45. It definitely looked like we had golf ball, if not tennis ball size hail there, just along Highway 16. So this is definitely a large hail producing thunderstorm. Now the good news is, over the past couple radar scans, you'll be able to see that the overall intensity of the hail has come down in both scope and in size. So that's some good news. The overall hail that this storm is producing has really come down from its peak earlier, so that's good news. But we're still going to track these storms very closely, because any one of these storms are definitely going to be capable of producing up to, you know, golf ball, tennis ball, even baseball size hail here as we head into this evening. So overall, the storm zone that we are tracking for today, we have 3 separate levels of risk as we head into tonight. We have a level 1 risk there in green, we have a level 2 risk there in yellow, and we have a level 3 risk there in orange. Now, what this primarily highlights is the availability of the atmosphere to produce, to intensify, and to maintain severe weather. So what this basically means is that the highest potential for severe weather to happen is going to be in that area highlighted in orange. That's where conditions are going to be most favorable for thunderstorm development and severe weather intensification. So that does not mean that if you're not in that orange shaded area that you don't have to worry, because even if you're in the green or the yellow shaded area, you're still going to see conditions that are favorable for severe weather development. It's just that the conditions are going to be most favorable for severe weather development in that area right there highlighted in orange. Now here's the overall tornado threat that we're going to be tracking here for today, and you can see that that risk pretty much runs along and south of I-20, but the highest potential for tornadoes we are going to be tracking here for today is actually going to be in that narrow corridor right there, right along I-20 and points to the south. So Big Spring, Abilene, down through San Angelo, that's going to be the zone that we are mainly going to be watching out for. So it looks like we have Jason's shot. We can go and show that for you. He's actually on that storm out there. So if any storm right now is going to be capable of producing the large hail and even possibly a tornado threat, it's going to be this storm right here that Jason is on. So Jason is going to be just to the west of Stephenville, and he's pretty much right there looking at the particular storm. So one thing I also want to point out, cell coverage out here is a little spotty, so you'll see a little bit of pixelation there in his live stream. But one thing you're also seeing on that stream whenever it comes in and out is just how heavy the rainfall is out there. So in some cases, it's going to be, depending on the conditions, the rain will be heavy enough to where it's going to be almost impossible to see past the hood of your car, depending on where the heavier rain bands are lined up. But fortunately for Jason, he's well out of the most intense part of the storm. But we're going to continue to track that and check in with him. So let's go back to the tornado risk that we're going to be tracking here as we head into this evening. And you can see that the highest potential of these storms producing tornadoes, the most favorable conditions from the atmosphere will be in that zone right there highlighted in yellow, which includes Abilene, Big Spring, down through San Angelo, all those zones. Now the hail threat, once again, this is the main thing we're going to be tracking here as we head into this evening and tonight. There's 3 different zones there highlighted for hail development. Now what these zones are separated by is just the overall ability and availability of energy and the right environment from the atmosphere to produce severe weather. For example, that area that's highlighted in orange, we could see golf ball size hail possible in any thunderstorms that form or move into that highlighted region. Now that does not mean that every single storm that happens today in that region will produce golf ball size hail. It just means that the conditions in that zone are more favorable for large hail development than the conditions there, for example, in the yellow shaded area, which does include downtown Fort Worth and all of Dallas County. Any storms that form in or move into that highlighted region will be capable of producing quarter size hail. Now we could see larger hail than that, but it does look like the most likely type of large hail we'll see from any storms that form in that region will be about quarter size hail. So you can see large hail definitely going to be a threat here as we track these storms heading into this evening. And the same could be said about the damaging wind threat. Now the highest potential of damaging winds will be possible in that zone right there highlighted in orange. That's where we could definitely see 60 to 70 plus mile an hour straight line wind gusts possible. But once again, this does not mean that every single storm that forms in this region will produce 70 mile an hour winds, but it's just the conditions from the atmosphere are most favorable for damaging winds in that zone. But I also want to point out here for a majority of Tarrant County and all of Dallas County, we're going to be in that zone to where any thunderstorms that move in will be capable of producing 60 mile an hour winds. Those are winds strong enough to knock down trees, knock down power lines, cause power issues, power outages, things like that. So that's what we're mainly going to be watching out for here as we head throughout this evening and as we head into tonight. But overall, the conditions are going to be most favorable for severe weather along and south of the I-20 corridor here as we head into tonight. So let's go ahead and break all this down with our future track radar. Between now and 5 p.m., the main storms we're going to be focusing on will be those storms south of I-20 and west of I-35. That's where you can see those clusters there of supercell thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms here as we head into this afternoon. But I also want to point out, we also are going to see some messy thunderstorms to the north of I-20. And also you can see those storms that are to the east of I-35, to the north of I-20. Those storms, we could see possibly a severe thunderstorm warning issued for one of these storms, a few of these storms maybe. But overall, that's just going to be a messy forecast with showers and even some rumbles of thunder as we head throughout the next couple of hours. 6 p.m., that's when it looks like that overall potential for severe weather will peak off to our southwest. That's where it looks like the large hail, the damaging winds, the flooding rainfall, and yes, even that elevated non-zero tornado threat will peak in intensity there off to our southwest. But I also want to point out, you see those storms lining up there between Young and Jack County south of Clay? Those are going to be the storms that eventually, as you can see, by about 7 o'clock, start to line out and work their way towards not only the I-35 corridor, but also the Metroplex. So those storms to the south will continue to work their way to the south, while the storms to the north, as you can see right there, 7 to 8 o'clock, cross I-35 from Thackerville down through Sanger, down through Denton, and also crossing the I-35 west corridor there in Tarrant County, and then eventually move into Dallas County by about 9 p.m. So here for the Metroplex, the highest potential for severe weather looks like it's going to be right around, give or take an hour, around sunset, 8:30. So 7:30 to 9:30 is when it looks like we're going to see the highest potential of severe weather as we head into this evening. The one good thing about these storms that I'm tracking as we head into tonight, they're going to be racing. racing from west to east, which means just as fast as they move in, that's as fast as they move out. You can see here by 11 o'clock, by midnight, the storms are clearing the I-35 corridor as they continue to race into East Texas. So as we head into tonight, large hail, damaging winds being possible. Those are going to be the main threats we track. So now is the perfect time to download our free weather app, so that way you can get up-to-date notifications for watches, for warnings, for advisories, for your specific location. You can see right there, go up to the left, go to the weather. You can get the hour-by-hour breakdown of the forecast. You can get the 7-day. But another feature that you can get on there is you can get live updates here with our interactive radar. Once again, this can ping your exact location to show you exactly what is happening, and a future track radar product which is going to show you what could and what will happen as we go forward in time. So now is going to be the time to download that app here as the storms are moving in. We're going to have periodic updates here for you throughout the rest of the afternoon. Stay right here and we'll bring you the first alert. the potential of severe weather we are tracking here as we head throughout the rest of this afternoon and as we head into this evening. It's just after 5 p.m. here on your Mother's Day afternoon. And for the most part here for DFW, we've had a couple of showers. We had one round of storms that moved through earlier this morning into the afternoon hours. But for the most part, the weather has held together here as far as just cloudy skies. It's been muggy. We've had some mist. We've had some drizzle. We've even had some showers there over Arlington at the ballpark, which wasn't ideal. But overall, right now we're in kind of a calm before the storm. We are going to be watching out for more storms moving in here as we head into this afternoon. But overall, as you can see, this is why we have a first alert weather day in effect here for the rest of your Sunday afternoon as we head into this evening. We're mainly going to be watching the next 4 to 5 to 6 hours. That's going to be the time frame here, the next 4, 5, 6 hours of severe weather potential across parts of North Texas. And you can see that we have this severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 9 p.m. Now, these storms are going to be moving from west to east, so it does look like as we head into this evening, as we get closer to 9 p.m., it does look like we could possibly see some additional counties added to this map, highlighted on this map, added to the severe thunderstorm watch. And it also looks like we could possibly see the severe thunderstorm watch extended from 9 p.m. to possibly later than that. So we're going to be watching this very closely here as we head into this evening. But overall, the primary zone we're going to be watching is going to be that zone to the south and to the southwest here of the Metroplex. So we will be watching that very carefully. We've got to see one of our floor directors, Nate. How you doing, Nate? Doing good? All right. But yeah, overall what we are seeing today is the highest potential for severe weather will be in that zone there highlighted in orange. But we're also going to be watching out for an elevated risk of severe weather possible also in those zones highlighted in both yellow and green here as we head into this evening. Now, the main risk that we are tracking here for severe weather potential as we head into tonight will be for large hail and damaging winds. Those are going to be the primary risk factors we are tracking as we head into tonight. Now, we are also going to be tracking the risk for a tornado, which we have one storm that it's trying its hardest right now to produce a tornado. We'll check in with Jason coming up to show you what he's tracking, but he's on the one storm. If we do see a tornado here for Mother's Day, it's going to be that storm down there by Comanche. But overall, it's going to be the large hail, damaging wind threat. The tornado threat will remain elevated for some storms, but also look there on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm bumping up that risk for flash flooding because depending on where some of these heavier bands of heavy rainfall line up and move through, we could see some hyper-localized flooding potential here for some areas. It looks like most of the rainfall will stay at or south of the I-20 corridor, along or south of the I-20 corridor, I should say. So we'll be watching that very closely. So here's the latest on radar. You can see that the showers we have here across the Metroplex are continuing to work from west to east. These are just some messy showers, some messy thunderstorms left over from what we had this morning. But we are starting to see more and more cloud coverage, mainly from the storms there off to the west. But you can look there off to the south and to the southwest. This is where we're seeing the strongest storms right now. So overall, the main storm, the outflow from that main storm has kicked off a few additional thunderstorms. Now, it does look like that the storms that are being initiated by that primary storm kind of getting muddied up there in the overall rotation and the updraft for that supercell. So we're going to be watching how that plays out. But you can see right here on velocity, we now have two separate areas of rotation that we're going to be tracking here for these areas. So it's kind of it's going to depend on which one, only the strong survive. Which one of these updrafts, which one of these storms is going to be able to survive, because whenever it comes to updrafts and rotation, once one gets choked off by the other, that's pretty much going to be it there for the overall potential for large hail and tornadoes. And you can see that over this storm's life cycle, look at that. This is the hail core that we've been tracking here for these storms. And yeah, we were talking about this, and Jason's down there. If we have his shot, we might bring that up. But overall, this is the storm that Jason was on, and yeah, it was a pretty impressive storm. I'm actually going to zoom in here on radar and show you what we were tracking here with this particular storm. I'm going to freeze frame the radar. It definitely looked like this storm. Where was it? There. Okay. This timeline, this time frame right here is going to be at 4:40 p.m. This particular time frame, look at that. That's a hail core, tennis to baseball size hail there just to the east of Dublin. So if we did see any large damaging hail, it was right there at about 4:40, about 25 minutes ago, there just to the east of Dublin. We'll see if we can get any confirmed reports from these particular storms. But as we put the storm reports on, you can see, yeah, we've had 3 separate confirmed hail reports here from these particular storms. So we'll see this first one. This one was 1.8 inch. That's about golf ball size hail. This northern one was 1 inch hail, which is quarter size hail. And then we'll see what this last one is. This one here over to the west. That's a, look at that, 2.5. 2.5, that's tennis ball size hail, where that hail core basically moved over. So the peak of that hail core was exactly where that hail report came from. So yeah, we definitely saw a tennis ball size hail from that particular storm. But the good news is the overall potential here for that storm specifically is that the hail sizes are coming down, at least for the initial time frame, because once again, those two separate boundaries are kind of fighting over one another. So let's go and switch over to links. We'll give you a closer inspection here on radar. So we have Jason down here by Dublin. He was over there watching these hail cores as they move through. We have some video from him that we might be able to show you of the large hail that was moving its way through this area. But so far, we've had a confirmed report of tennis ball size hail. And Jason, he sent us a picture of some of the hail that he caught. And yeah, it looks like it was definitely every bit of tennis ball, if not baseball size hail. So that's what we're going to be watching out for. But one thing I also want to point out is that whenever it comes to storms here across the southern plains, especially isolated supercell thunderstorms, the two types of storms that generally have the highest potential of producing tornadoes are either the storms at the southern end of a line or storms that are pretty much have unobstructed inflow from the south. And that's exactly what this storm is. But the thing is, you can see that these storms, they're just really muddied up and messy right now because of the two separate updrafts, supercell updrafts that are competing over that energy. But overall, it does look like that we are going to see the potential. The potential is definitely going to be there to see some additional rotation there. It just depends on which one of these updrafts ends up surviving here as these two storms kind of duke it out here for the potential of producing not only large hail but also a tornado here, because if any one of these storms is capable of producing a tornado, it's going to be this storm right here down to the south where we have Jason. So we're going to watch this potential very closely. Now you also see these storms that are up to the north from Gorman and Carbon right there. Those storms to the south of I-20, they're well behind the outflow boundary. So those storms, as far as having any strong inflow winds to spin them up, that's not going to happen. So those storms will produce a lot of lightning, they'll produce some hail, and they'll produce some heavy rainfall. But as far as any tornado threat, not going to be the case here for that particular storm. So I showed you where Jason is. Jason is right there where that hail core moved over. We can show you Jason's video right now, and yeah, it's going to tell the picture better than I can. I mean, look at that. Right now what you're seeing, that's definitely golf ball size hail there initially. But the thing about hail sizes is that they start off small, kind of get your hopes up that you're not going to get pounded. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you start to see golf ball. And you start to see, in some cases, in his case, you get to see tennis ball and then baseball size hail. So yeah, these are the kinds of storms that we are tracking here to the south. Now the good news is with these particular storms here to the south, they are going to continue to work their way to the south and to the southeast. So these storms right here that I'm showing on radar, the strongest, most potent, powerful storms that we have here on radar, these are not going to impact the Metroplex. So that's the good news. But I will point out that we have had some pretty good showers here across the Metroplex as well, that you can see that overall. Let me put the lightning on here as well so you can kind of see that not only are we seeing some heavy rainfall for parts of especially Dallas County, but we also have some frequent lightning to go along with that. So we did have the rainfall at the park there in Arlington, but overall you can see that we still have a couple isolated showers that we'll be tracking here across the Metroplex, especially Dallas County. Downtown Dallas just had a shower move over right now, but overall it looks like the intensity of that shower, it looks like it peaked right over downtown Dallas, which if you had any outdoor Mother's Day plans, yeah, that was not ideal. Definitely do not want to deal with that. Let's go and switch back over to Max and show you what we're going to be tracking here as we go forward. So you can see that the outlook, the highest potential for severe weather will be in that area highlighted in orange there off to the south. That's where conditions are going to be most favorable for severe weather, not only development, but severe weather intensification. This is where we have the most support from the atmosphere to produce severe weather. This is the tornado zone that we are tracking here for today. And you can see that it's pretty much along and south of I-20. This is where it looks like we're going to see the highest potential of tornadoes, which once again, you see that zone there from Abilene down through San Angelo, as far west as Big Spring. this is where, if we do see any tornadoes, this is where the conditions are going to be most favorable for the atmosphere to produce tornadoes. This is where those inflow winds I was talking about are going to be the strongest that will help spin up these storms. So we're going to be watching these storms very closely because, once again, we have Jason down on the one storm. If we do see a tornado today, it is going to be on this storm that Jason is on right now. So we're going to be watching this very carefully. But overall, yeah, the potential for tornadoes is going to be there today. We are going to be watching out for that potential of severe weather as we head into this evening and as we head into tonight. But Jason's going to be on that storm. We'll continue to track that for you here as we head into this evening and as we head into tonight. But overall, the highest potential of tornadoes, it's going to be low. That's the good news. This is not the kind of setup that we had in Mineral Wells or Springtown or anywhere like that. The tornado potential here for these storms is going to be low. However, I will point out that the hail threat for these storms will be just as high as those storms we were tracking previously earlier this month, right? To the west, especially if you live along I-20 west of Tarrant County, that's where the highest potential of damaging hail will be, especially to the south of I-20. That's where we could see, once again, golf ball size hail possible with these storms. Now, that does not mean that every storm that forms in that region is going to produce golf ball size hail. It just shows that the conditions from the atmosphere are more favorable to produce large hail in that specific area, that specific region especially. But look at the rest of a majority of Tarrant and Dallas County. We're in that quarter size hail. So once again, damaging hail being possible across the majority of North Texas here as we head into this evening. Damaging wind risk. These storms are definitely going to be capable of producing every bit of 50, 60, even 70-mile-an-hour straight-line wind gusts here as we head into this evening and as we head into tonight. So we're going to be watching this very closely here over the next couple of hours because overall the time frame here for the storms developing is going to be within the next 3 to 6 hours here, especially across the I-35 corridor and the Metroplex. So let's go and break all this down with our future track radar. You can see between now and about 6 o'clock, look at this, most of the storms to the south of I-20, to the west of I-35. That little zone right there from, let's say, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on the clock, that's where we're going to see the highest potential of severe weather. You can see multiple severe thunderstorms, multiple supercell thunderstorms capable of producing large hail in that region. But I do want to point out, look what happens between about 6 to 7 o'clock. You see that line of storms there around Jack County? That's going to be the line of storms that eventually slowly works its way from west to east towards the I-35 corridor and the Metroplex. So stopping the clock here at 8 p.m. right before sunset, that's when it looks like this line of storms from the west is going to move into the Metroplex and across parts of North Texas, including the I-35 corridor. And it looks like for the Metroplex, the highest potential of severe weather will be in that 8, 9, 10 p.m. time frame. But the good news about these storms is just as fast as they move in is going to be just as fast as they exit, because these storms are going to be racing from west to east. And look what happens by about midnight. By midnight, we're starting to clear along the I-35 corridor. So these storms, they're not going to last very long, but they will be packing a pretty significant punch as they move their way through. And then as we head into 2, 3 a.m. here early Monday morning, look at that. The storms are all but gone, moving their way into East Texas and parts of central Louisiana. Now, how much rainfall are we forecasting to see? This is additional rainfall in addition to what we have already seen. You can see that here for DFW, we'll see some lower amounts of total rainfall. Looks like the highest amounts will be once again well to the south of I-20. But once again, depending on where some of these higher and heavier bands of rainfall line up, I would not be surprised if we absolutely see a 2 to 3, even a 3 to 4 inch rainfall amount here for one of these localized rain gauges as we head throughout this evening and as we head throughout tonight. But then after that, overall, looks like it's going to be a dry forecast here for the next couple of days. I want to point this out for you. This is going to be the rainfall projections for the next 10 days. And as you can see that as we go forward, we are going to see some wet weather here as we head into late this week into next week. And as a matter of fact, look at this. Look at that I-35 corridor. 10-day rainfall between now and next week. Yeah, we're going to see some pretty substantial, pretty significant, pretty impressive rainfall amounts. So overall, it's not just today we're watching out for that heavier rain amounts, but look at this. We're going to see anywhere between 3, 4, 5, and look at that, even a 6-inch, 7-inch rainfall forecast here as we head throughout the next 10 days. So once again, we will see that chance of rain today, but it looks like as we head into next weekend, we're going to see another very wet pattern here as we head throughout the next 7 days. So for that 7-day forecast, First alert weather day in effect for today, tracking that risk of severe weather as we head into tonight. After that, the cold front, which is kicking off these storms, drops us into the 70s with a low chance of rain for tomorrow. After that, the heat is on. We start to warm up and rebound into the mid 80s on Tuesday, and then starting on Wednesday, look at that, a stretch of 90s as we head into Friday and Saturday. And also as we head into Friday and Saturday, not only do the temperatures come up, but that's also when it looks like we're going to see those heavy rainfall chances. So we'll continue to track this with you. We have the 5:30 news coming up here after the, I think the golf coming up. So we'll have that for you. We'll update you. You can download our free app to stay up to date with the latest, and we'll bring you the first alert.
Yes, that is hail, folks. Right now at 5:30, the concern about that hail and other conditions that we are going to be facing here in the metro area. Already that hail, that's in Hamilton County within the past hour. Also getting closer to the metro area, of course. That's a live look to the west, downtown Dallas, exactly when you may need to wrap up those Mother's Day celebrations on this evening because of what we are facing. We welcome you in on this Sunday, and that is where we are going to start. Damian Lotus joining us now to talk about what you have been watching here for quite some time now, and we talked about this yesterday, and here it is.
That's right, Steve. And that hail video you were showing earlier, that's about tennis ball size hail near Dublin, which is what we were watching out for earlier. So we do have this continuing first alert weather day here as we head into this evening. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for all these counties right here highlighted in pink until 9 p.m. So we will be watching out for that elevated risk of severe weather as we head into this evening. On radar, we have some showers here along I-35 and off to the east. But these showers in this region, this part of the atmosphere just got worked over by those storms that moved through earlier this morning into this afternoon. So the overall severe potential for these storms is going to remain relatively low. However, the storms off to the west, and especially these storms off to the southwest, this is a different story. If we do see any large hail or tornadoes, it's going to be produced by one of these storms here off to the southwest. This is also where we had that confirmed tennis ball size hail report. So overall, the storm motion is going to be off to the southeast. The storm is moving. It's picking up forward momentum, moving about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So it is moving towards Hamilton. So if you know anyone down here, send them a call or send them a text, give them a call, tell them, hey, we got a pretty powerful storm moving in with large hail and possibly a tornado threat. Definitely need to pay attention, remain weather aware. Here's the hail core in that particular storm. Still absolutely producing quarter, even up to a golf ball size hail. So large and damaging hail still being possible. In fact, look at all these. Every single one of these icons you see are confirmed hail reports here from this one hail core. Right there in Dublin, that's the largest hail core we saw. Look at this. Dublin had a 2.5-inch tennis ball size chunk of ice fall from the sky earlier. The time on that was, let's see if we can find the time. It was about an hour ago, about 30 minutes ago, so about 4:45, 5 o'clock. So those are the kinds of storms that we are tracking here off to the southwest. Now here for the Metroplex, we're going to be watching out for these storms here up to the north. Those are going to be the storms that slowly start to work their way into the Metroplex here as we head into this evening. We also have another faint line of storms trying to develop from Denton down through West Fort Worth that we're going to be tracking as well. So, Steve, there's going to be a lot to the forecast here as we head throughout the next 3 to 6 hours, tracking that elevated potential of severe weather. I'll break down the risk and that hour-by-hour timeline coming up.
Yeah, from north to south, pretty widespread there, Damian. As you know, we have teams watching the real-time conditions right now. CBS News Texas storm chaser Jason McLaughlin, he is there where Damian was just talking about down there in Hamilton County, just south of Waco, looking at that cloud cover right there. It doesn't look like too much rain now, but as you know, there was quite a bit of concern there. And as Damian just pointed out, that hail core there just to the north of, look at that. I know Jason is setting that shot up there because that's concerned about what you see along the horizon. We will, of course, keep our eyes on it as well. The forecast could also mean trouble for Mother's Day travelers. DFW Airport has already seen several ground stops today and this evening, close to 200 flights, about a third of the airport's traffic delayed. At least another 30 flights, we're told, have now been canceled. The Governor Greg Abbott, has also activated the state's emergency response resources. It is standard practice whenever storms threaten large parts of the state, and it includes, as a precaution, things like high water rescue teams and flash flooding support. Already, we're told to go if they are needed. And of course, we are watching the pace and path of everything you're seeing right now regarding our weather on this first alert day. Even if you don't see us necessarily on your broadcast at CBS Texas, Damian and the team, First Alert team, streaming the latest alerts and threats as well through our free mobile app and also CBSNewsTexas.com. Also tonight, we are following yet another instance of gun violence and young people. A shooting overnight at an event venue. This happened in the community of Everman. Police say 3 minors injured from this gunfire. Our Briseida Holguin, she joins us live there now. Briseida, you just spoke with the chief of police in that community. Fill us in.
Hey, Steve. So the chief says a total of 3 people were injured and says 7 people were arrested in connection to the shooting that happened here last night. He says that incident taking place in the parking lot you see here behind me. And I've actually seen videos circulating on social media which show large police presence here last night. The chief says just before 10:30 p.m., calls about shots fired off Everman Parkway came in. Investigators say there was a party at one of the venues here. When officers showed up, they found 2 victims with gunshot wounds and say a group of minors took off running. They were later arrested. Police found several guns and say there was a large crowd at the scene when that incident took place.
It was estimated at over 100, but we don't have an exact count yet. We're working on compiling that from witness information and video.
Now, 6 of the 7 people arrested, the chief tells me, are minors. They've asked for the Texas Rangers to help on this case. We'll continue to update you with more information as we get those details. For now, reporting live, Mercedes Holguin, CBS News Texas.
That chief indicating well over close to 100 kids involved in that. Mercedes, we thank you. Let's go to Fort Worth now. Police on the search for a person who shot and killed a nightclub security guard. Now, this shooting happened earlier this morning. This is outside Club New Start. If you don't know, it's over on Miller Avenue. And according to Fort Worth PD, that security guard was outside talking to someone. Apparently, it turned into a confrontation. And then the gunfire, which included a woman, was also hit in this shooting. She is expected to survive. Worth noting, of course, this is the 2nd shooting death of a nightclub security guard within the past week. The first happened in Dallas's Deep Ellum area just 5 days ago. Also in Fort Worth overnight, a police officer involved in the vehicle crash. That officer, another victim as well, both sent to the hospital as a result of what you're seeing right there. That wreckage left behind at Clayton and Camp Bowie Road. Black car and police unit, both from those injuries, from the damage you can see there, totaled. We have reached out to officials for more on what led up to that wreck and if that officer's emergency lights and or sirens were activated during all of this. Of course, when we get more information, we will keep you posted. Happening now, 17 Americans en route now to the National Quarantine Unit in the state of Nebraska. That group disembarked off of this ship at the coast of Spain earlier this morning, that cruise ship at the center of that deadly hantavirus outbreak. Those Americans, along with some 140 other passengers, taking evacuation flights to their home countries under strict protocols. It is a result of the death of 3 passengers that are tied to that outbreak. Still, experts believe the risk to the public over hantavirus right now is low.
This is not COVID. It's not going to spread like a pandemic virus, like COVID did, like a coronavirus did. It spreads far less efficiently. We have to concede that there's still things we don't know about this virus. We haven't had to grapple with many outbreaks in the past.
We are told the Americans could spend as long as 8 weeks in isolation in that special unit in Nebraska. We also know 2 Texans were actually on board that cruise ship as well, but they left before the outbreak was detected. Those Texans are now home and being monitored for symptoms. Today, President Trump is reacting to Iran's response to the latest U.S. peace deal offer. At the same time, drones continue to strike Gulf Arab nations over the weekend, including Qatar, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and of course, Kuwait as well. CBS's Aaron Navarro now with the latest from the White House.
President Trump posted on his social media site Sunday about Iran's response to the U.S. peace deal, saying he doesn't like it and it's totally unacceptable, but not explaining why. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, spoke about President Trump's plans on ABC.
He is giving diplomacy every chance we possibly can before going back to hostilities, but he's absolutely prepared to do that.
The president has warned Iran he will renew and intensify bombing if the country does not quickly accept the U.S. peace deal. In an interview on CBS's 60 Minutes, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war is not over.
There's still nuclear material, enriched uranium, that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports.
The United Arab Emirates blames Iran for 2 drones in its airspace that forces shot down. Another drone started a small fire on a cargo ship off the coast of Qatar. Conflict and blockades in the Strait of Hormuz continue to spike gas prices. AAA says the national average for a gallon currently stands at $4.52.
I don't know the future of gas prices.
Well, they climbed over the past week.
Democratic lawmakers say the war needs to end now.
What are the American people getting out of this? I mean, this president said he wasn't going to start any new wars.
The U.S. military says it has turned back 61 commercial vessels and disabled 4 in the Strait of Hormuz in the past month. Aaron Navarro, CBS News, the White House.
Still to come, a gas station mix-up that now has some drivers facing thousands of dollars in car repairs. Plus, yes, not 1 but 2 Super Bowls when we're talking about flower shops. That would be Valentine's Day and, yes, today. The Dallas business spot, or Arlington business spot, I should say, that's handling the Mother's Day boom. Well, we're thinking a lot of moms are likely pretty happy on this Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. A projected $38 billion, according to the National Retail Federation, is actually spent on Mother's Day this year. And that's a big bouquet of big bucks if you're selling flowers. Well, our Don White is over in Arlington at a special florist shop today where Mother's Day is crunch time.
It is controlled chaos.
To say Fatima Mazzari is busy would be an understatement.
It's just crazy all over.
The constant sound of balloons inflating and tissue paper crumpling.
Red roses.
Fills exquisite florals and events in Arlington.
I actually pulled an all-nighter. We actually had to shut off our orders yesterday during the day because so many orders came in, so that way we can catch up and replenish and make sure that everybody gets their order.
This is one of almost 1,000 orders the boutique is preparing for Mother's Day. This holiday is the most popular for them, even more so than Valentine's Day.
This is one of the most important days for a flower shop because a lot of people are trusting us to, you know, put a smile on their mom's face.
I'm getting flowers for my lovely wife and her mother-in-law.
Alvin Durasevic stopped by the shop with his kids.
Ever since I was a young boy, I was always scrounging up the little bits of change I had, getting it for my own mother. You know, my father worked his whole life. They were immigrants. They never had time for each other, so I try to fill in that buffer for my mother.
This is a classic yellow.
Whether it's yellow
Our bestseller is definitely red.
or red.
Doing this is it just shows them so much love and appreciation.
Fatima hopes her customers remember the true meaning behind this day.
Mothers literally run the world. A mom is just so much more than just a mom. She's the one that runs the house, raises the kids, does everything. Some moms work, some moms are single, so moms sacrifice everything. Have a nice day.
In Arlington, Dawn White, CBS News, Texas.
Busy for them. And moms, we want to keep you safe today because these storms are moving into the North Texas region. Damien tracking, and of course, with the latest timing with all of this when we come back. Yeah, that's just one example, folks. That is video of a small portion of hail, not large, but obviously the quantity, or I should say the actual volume of that hail does not look good if it's right outside your doorstep, right? That's in Hamilton County where we saw this earlier today. And here's a live image of what it looks like. This is just south of Waco, folks. If you're not familiar with Hamilton County, that is from Jason McLaughlin. Live images right now of what it is looking like as it stands at this moment. Damien, I know not only we're talking about south of us, but to the north of the heartbeat of the Metroplex, you're watching this front essentially come our way.
That's right, Steve. Here across the majority of North Texas, you pick your spot. There's going to be a threat of shower storms and severe weather here as we head into this evening, which is why we had that first alert weather day in effect here for the rest of this afternoon, tracking that potential severe weather here for the rest of your Mother's Day. But overall, I do want to point out that at least here for North Texas, we are going to see the storm starting to move in here over the next couple of hours. So now is the time to hunker down, get ready. And you can also download our free weather app to get up-to-date, personalized location updates for watches, warnings, and advisories here as we head into this evening. But we will be watching out for that elevated risk of severe weather as we head into this evening. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch still in effect here across parts of North Texas. This severe thunderstorm watch goes into effect until 9 p.m. So we will be watching out for that elevated risk of severe weather. Most of the storms we are tracking right now continue off to the southwest. But as Steve was talking about, we now have some storms north north of the I-20 corridor that we will be tracking that will eventually work their way here into the Metroplex as we head into this evening and as we head into tonight. And on radar, we've just seen lots of storms popping up. Now, the good news is the storms that I was tracking earlier today, earlier this morning, that moved through right around midday from the north, from the Red River, those storms kind of muddied up the atmosphere here to the north of I-20. So any storms we see up here, for the most part, will just be your garden variety May showers. No real threat of severe weather. Some of these storms could produce some strong winds, and we could also see some lightning with some of these storms. But as far as any potential threat for severe weather, that's not necessarily going to be in the forecast. But as Steve was talking about, the area that we are mainly going to be watching out for is going to be the storms up to the west and to the north of I-20. These are going to be the storms right here that eventually work their way here into the Metroplex as we head throughout the next couple of hours. But in the meantime, Steve was showing you the video down here of these storms. You want to talk about a hail-producing supercell thunderstorm? This is exactly that. This is that storm that produced that tennis ball size hail earlier. And you can still see a very powerful, a very distinct vorticity signature, rotation signature here on this storm here, moving into Hamilton right now. And overall, you can see the hail core. We have two hail cores now, one a satellite hail core there just off to the west, the secondary area of rotation. An updraft is developing, but overall, this main hail core definitely producing baseball to tennis ball size hail, tennis ball to baseball size hail, I should say. Every single one of these icons you see here on the map confirmed hail reports from that one specific hail core, including this one hail report from Dublin. This report was at 4:28, so right around 4:30, about a little bit over an hour ago. Look at that, 2.5 inches. That's tennis ball size hail. That's a tennis ball sized chunk of ice that fell out of the sky there near Dublin. But overall, what we are tracking here across I-35, we have some showers north of Denton, but we're mainly watching this zone out here to the northwest. These will be the storms that eventually work their way here into the Metroplex. Future track radar is showing 6 to 7 o'clock. We'll see those storms approaching the I-35 corridor. And then after that, between 6, 7, 8, even 9 p.m., we'll be watching out for that elevated risk of severe weather to move in here over the next couple of hours. So now is the time. Just go ahead and hunker down, get ready. The storms are moving in. We'll bring you the first alert. But I also want to point out, after today, look what happens here as we go forward. That cold front that kicked off all these storms drops us into the 70s tomorrow with some lingering rain chances. After that, we rebound back into the mid-80s here with sunny skies for your Tuesday. And then after that, here comes summertime, Steve. We're tracking 90s, sunshine, and then we'll be tracking some more rain chances as we head into next weekend.
Absolutely. Damian, we so appreciate you keeping an eye on all of this for all of us. Thank you again. In tonight's Eye on Texas, car troubles for some El Paso drivers after a pretty costly mix-up at the gas station. Circle K confirming a handful of drivers pumped diesel fuel into their cars after that fuel was actually pumped into the wrong storage tank. Officials with the gas station chain calling that fuel mistake a, quote, inadvertent mistake. Customers like Myra Benitez spent $60. She filled up her Lexus with that diesel. She thought it was premium gasoline, what she should have had. And within days, her car had broken down, and she was handed a $1,700 quote from the repair shop.
Right off the bat, he's like, I think it's your fuel. I think your fuel's contaminated. We've heard of this issue in the past. Definitely upsetting because it's pricey. Gas is already pricey, and then to fix the car is pricey. So just all around extra costs that we were not expecting.
Well, we're told Circle K is now working with customers like her to hopefully get everything corrected. A big birthday in downtown Waco. Yesterday, the Dr. Pepper Museum celebrating 35 years by unveiling the world's largest, there it is, Dr. Pepper, the 20-foot-tall custom fiberglass bottle, paying tribute to the 23 flavors. Of course, connected to Dr. Pepper, the soda itself. First created in Waco back in 1885, we are told the roadside attraction is permanent and open for photos for all to step right to the side of it. Don't forget that 10, 2, and 4 on that Dr. Pepper bottle. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We will be watching out for an elevated risk of severe weather as these storms move in here over the next hour or two. Make sure you stay right here. We'll bring you the latest on our live stream. But then after that, we're going to be watching out for increasing heat as we head into next week. I'll have more updates coming up tonight at 10.
Okay, Damian, thank you. And we thank you so very much for watching CBS News Texas. Remember, we are always with you. CBS News Texas and streaming, of course, on the CBS News app. We are right here on our site to ensure that you are watching what you see right there. Those are images from Hamilton County and the Metroplex. We're watching. We'll see.
line of storms working its way towards the I-35 corridor. Taking a look at that time of arrival, you can see that the storms are going to be moving into Fort Worth around 8:15, DFW around 8:30, Arlington 8:40, Dallas around 9:15. So this is going to be the time of arrival of these showers and storms. We'll have more updates here coming up throughout the evening. We'll join you. You can join us now on our First Alert stream. And welcome to the First Alert Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Damian Lotus. We're going to give you a quick update here on our CBS News Texas stream. Tracking a line of shower storms, even a severe weather threat working its way into the Metroplex. As we head throughout the next 2 to 3 hours when it looks like the storms are going to peak in intensity here across parts of the Metroplex. So for everyone just now tuning in, happy Mother's Day. For the most part, the weather for DFW has cooperated with the exception of a few isolated showers and some rumbles of thunder. But now is the time to sit down, hunker down, get ready because we will be watching out for some storms moving in. The good news is the overall potential for severe weather is going to stay well to the south of the Metroplex, well to the south of the I-20 corridor. But that does not mean that we can't see some destructive to possibly strong to severe storms moving in here over the next hour or so, which is why we still have this First Alert Weather Day in effect as we head throughout the next couple of hours. Currently, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for a majority of these counties right here highlighted in pink. And this severe thunderstorm watch goes into effect until 9 p.m. So we still have 2 more hours here for this severe thunderstorm watch. But I will point out the storms in the far western counties there in that watch, those are probably going to be trimmed off here in the next hour or so. And we could see possibly, looks like the trends are going to be lower of seeing additional counties added to this watch, and it doesn't look like we're going to see the watch extended. Just the overall support from the atmosphere to get these storms really ramped up and going, especially across this region of North Texas, isn't quite as high, isn't anywhere near as high as what it was looking like just 1, 2, even 3 hours ago. But we're still going to watch this for you here as we go forward because, once again, the conditions are still favorable for severe weather, especially off to our south, especially off to our southwest. If you live pretty much along I-20 or south, just to the west of Tarrant County, that's where you're going to see the highest potential of severe weather here as we head into this evening. The overall potential for severe weather, especially off to our southwest, will be for storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and flooding rainfall. We are going to see some pretty heavy rainfall amounts. We've already had confirmed tennis ball size hail from some of these storms that some of our trackers have been on, including Jason. He didn't have a baseball with him or a tennis ball to use that to compare the hailstone to, but if you join us here on the 10 o'clock news tonight, we're going to be able to show you the closest thing he was able to find. What was it? I think it was a deodorant, right, Jeff? Yeah. Yeah, so he sent us a picture of the hailstone the biggest hailstone that he had on the storm he was chasing. And once again, he didn't have a baseball or a tennis ball to use as an analog to compare the size of the hailstone to. So the closest thing he found, he didn't have a tennis ball or a baseball, but he did have some deodorant, which I guess is a good thing if you're going to be on the road for 12 hours chasing storms. But that's about the size of the hail he was tracking. So large hail definitely being possible with some of these storms here as we head into this evening. So here's the very latest on radar. You can see a line of storms here continuing right along the I-20 corridor. I have the lightning on here, and you can see lots of lightning for these storms. If you look off to the west, especially as the sun's getting ready to set, you're definitely going to be able to see the lightning here as these storms are moving in. Now, the good news is the overall lightning intensity isn't anywhere near as high with these storms as those storms there off to the south. But still, they're going to be putting on a pretty decent light show. As far as the overall time of arrival, everybody always wants to know when the storm's going to move in and when's it going to hit my house. Well, here's the latest time of arrival. Weatherford, 7:17. Denton, 7:58, right around 8 o'clock. Fort Worth, right about 8:15. And that's downtown Fort Worth. DFW, right around 8:30. So for the airport, I think we were talking about how we've seen some flight delay. I think Jeff said that his wife got delayed in, what was it, Wichita Falls?
Her flight was diverted.
So diverted. So yeah, we've seen diversions, we've seen delays. I don't know if we've seen any cancellations, but These are the kinds of conditions that we've been dealing with here for the airport. So the time of arrival at the airport is going to be at 8:30. Arlington, 8:40. We got McKinney there at 8:56. Dallas, downtown Dallas, 9:12. Mesquite, Waxahachie, all these areas, Carl's Corner, Miller's Grove, Sulphur Springs, all the way down to Corsicana and Mount Vernon. That's going to be your time of arrival here for this line of storms. Storms are moving from west to east. The overall storm motion is going to be easterly at about 30, 35 miles an hour. But one thing I will point out, some of these storms have been moving very fast here, producing some really strong winds. So you can see here the latest. You have Dallas and Fort Worth there, Tarrant and Dallas counties there on the right-hand side of your screen. And this is just going to be the best way I can describe these storms as they start to move in. This is just going to be a wall of water. A wall of water is going to be working its way across the Metroplex here as we head throughout the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. So this is going to be that timeline. So if you're in Weatherford, hey, storm's moving in right now, not much you can do. But if you're in Tarrant County, and then if you're in Dallas County, you still have about 15, 20 minutes to get inside, hunker down. We're going to see some strong winds with this as well. So once again, outside, lawn furniture, trampolines, anything like that, hey, you got to get it tied down as these storms are moving in. Because once again, unlike the storms we've been tracking previously, which move from north to south, these storms are moving from west to east. So it's a different wind direction, which that can create separate problems from other things. So overall, you can see here on the winds, this view right here is showing the intensity of the rainfall that the radar is measuring. It accounts the intensity of the rain, and also it can pinpoint the hail cores here for us. What you're looking at right now is the radar's measurement of the winds inside of the actual storm. So the colors correspond to the direction of the wind. So any color on this map that's green, those are winds that are blowing towards the radar site. The radar site is just to the south of Fort Worth in southern parts of Tarrant County. Now, the red winds, the red on the map are winds that are moving away from the radar. So you can see that anytime you see those two colors in close proximity to each other, that's normally what we look for when we see rotation. What I'm looking at right now, not really seeing much of anything as far as any rotation signature. The other thing that I want to point out for this particular view is that the brightness of the colors. So the colors red and green indicate the direction of the winds, but the brighter the colors, the stronger the winds being produced. And earlier we saw some very strong winds. They were pinging at about 55, 60 miles an hour. And these are a couple of 100 feet above the ground. So if that can translate to the surface, that can be damaging winds, knocking out trees and power lines, possibly causing some power outages. One thing I can also point out is that if you see just that area of green, see how it just pushes. It just has a real big thrust there as it moved into Weatherford. So overall, it looks like if we saw we might have seen the strongest winds here from this particular line there as it bowed out right there with all those strong winds pushing into Weatherford. So we'll be watching out for that. Now, the good news is, look at the hail tracker here for this same line of storms. Earlier, we had a little bit of a hail core, but once again, once the main line caught up and just gusted through, that pretty much choked off the inflow for the hail core. So now the good news is, if we do see any hail, it's going to be very small. We're talking about shot size hail, if that. But right now, it's primarily looking like this is going to be a wind and rain maker. Also, I want to point out, we're going to see some frequent lightning as well. But now, as we look off to the south, this has been the storm of the day. This has been the storm that produced that tennis ball size hail, and this is the storm that we have Jason on. He got us some pretty good views. If we can cue his video up, we'll show that to you. But yeah, we had some heavy rainfall, some blinding rain, some strong winds, and we had, as we're going to show you, some tennis ball size hail. So this right here, once again, has been that storm. But I will say that this is a 1 hour radar loop. So this is the radar over the last hour, and it's replaying and looping for you. I'm pointing this out because if you look closely here, I would say over the past 3 or 4 radar scans, which is about 15, 20 minutes, you can kind of see that the storm is kind of spinning around in on itself as it ingested some of those southerly storms. And as that happens, you can see that the overall intensity, especially that hail core up there, has really come down in size and intensity. But overall, looking at once again, this is the radar's interpretation of the winds. This storm, it had a very tight rotation signature on it earlier. So there's a chance that this storm possibly, maybe, depending on the circumstances, could have produced a tornado. So we're going to continue to watch that. But overall, the main threat from this particular storm was definitely hail. And as we look here south of Turnersville, you can see that still seeing some orange on that map there in the middle of that hail core, and that's definitely going to be showing about golf ball size hail. Now, the radar's measurement of this hail core is happening a couple thousand feet up in the air. Now, down here, once again, we had highs in the 90s here for some of these areas. We had really warm, really hot weather, so that surrounding air is definitely going to melt some of those hailstones. So the hailstones in this radar measurement might be pinging as golf ball size, but by the time it falls a couple thousand feet through the atmosphere, especially in that hot air that we had today, where it was sunny before the cold front moved through, right? Yeah, that'll definitely melt some of that hail off. But the one thing I do want to point out is as we show you the hail sizes, I mean, look at that. Every single one of those icons you see right there is a large hail or damaging wind report. The largest one we have was in Dublin at 428. Look at that, 2.5-inch hail. That is tennis ball size hail, which you want to know what that looks like on video? Let's go and cue up here Jason's video. This is what that looked like earlier today. I'm not talking specifically because you can just hear. That is the sound you never want to hear if you're out and about on the road. Just listen to all that large hail coming down. What you're looking at right there, that's about quarter size to golf ball size hail, but it's really hard to look at because as he looks off there to the west, that's when you start to see that golf ball to tennis ball size hail. So that's what Jason was dealing with here for today. And once again, we have a confirmed 2.5-inch hail report. And once again, we're going to see what the latest is with Jason's hailstone that he reported on earlier, the big one that he found that was about deodorant bar deodorant sized hail. So we'll continue to track that and keep you in mind and bring you the update on that. But overall on radar, this is going to be the line of storms that continues to work its way towards the Metroplex. That storm of the day that I mentioned that produced that tennis ball size hail, no threat whatsoever to the Metroplex. That storm is well to the south and it's heading farther to the south. So no impact here to the Metroplex. But these storms off to the west, those are going to be the storms that eventually work their way into the Metroplex. It looks like they peaked in intensity for the wind intensity, which is good because once again, you don't want to see 50, 60, 70 mile an hour straight line winds moving into a major metropolitan area, especially as these storms are going to be moving across and over I-35, which if you're in a high profile vehicle, an 18-wheeler, a semi, a box truck, a moving truck, an RV, anything like that, yeah, if you have winds moving perpendicular at that speed over a major highway, especially an elevated highway, because winds get stronger the higher up in elevation you go, we could definitely see some toppled over vehicles here with winds this strong as it approaches the Metroplex. So we'll still be watching out for that potential. But overall, once again, Weatherford, 7:17. It's coming up on 7:11 right now here on your Mother's Day evening. But look at this. Denton, 7:58. Fort Worth, 8:13. That's downtown Fort Worth. DFW, 8:31. Arlington, 8:40. McKinney, 8:56. Dallas, 9:12. Mesquite, 9:33. All these cities, Waxahachie, all the way down through Sulphur Springs, Seymour, Corsicana, Mount Vernon, they're down at 11:40. So these storms are moving from west to east, moving about 30, 35 miles an hour. So they are booking it pretty quick. Future track radar is showing that you can see there between 7 to 8 o'clock. That's when the storms move across the I-35 corridor. Looks like the peak intensity for rainfall in storms here across the Metroplex is going to be right there around 9 p.m. 9 p.m. So here over the next 2.5, 3 hours, that's when it looks like we're going to see these storms peaking in intensity here across the Metroplex, which once again, you see that little hail core there in the middle of your in the middle of that map. That's exactly where DFW is. So we are going to be watching out for some flight disruptions, diversions, cancellations. We'll definitely be watching out for that here as we head into this evening. DFW is one of the busiest airports in the world, so that's definitely going to cause some disruption here as we head into this evening. Here's 10 o'clock tonight. Now, the good news about these storms is just as fast as they move in, that's going to be just as fast as they move out. So you can see here by about 11 o'clock, I-35 west, hey, you're starting to clear out. I-35 east, you're starting to clear out by about midnight. And then after that, look at that. The storms continue to work their way off to the east, and then we'll actually be clearing here by about 4 a.m. Now, I don't have the cloud coverage on here. I just have the radar, future track radar estimations on there, but we'll still see cloudy skies as the sun comes up for your Monday. But after that, we're going to see really nice conditions, very warm air being pulled into the forecast here as we go forward. But overall, yes, as we head into this evening, as we head into tonight, still tracking that risk of severe weather. Most of the strong to severe storms, once again, this is almost verified here with this map. The strongest storms were in that area right there highlighted in orange. But I do want to point out we're still tracking very strong storms still in that area right there highlighted in yellow. That includes the Metroplex. So the strongest storms, which was that storm of the day I was talking about that produced the tennis ball size hail, that storm formed and moved through that area right there highlighted in orange. But the storms we're tracking right now are primarily going to be moving in that area highlighted in yellow. So they'll still be capable of producing large hail. Well, not necessarily large hail. The hail sizes fortunately have come down, but definitely capable of producing some strong winds and some heavy rainfall. That's mainly what we're going to be looking out for. And I'll say this, watching these storms, I think Jeff and I have been watching these storms since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That one storm that Jason was on, the one that produced the tennis ball size hail, it tried. It tried so hard to produce a tornado. It really, really did. But the conditions just never really came together. So it was definitely a hail producer. You saw with all those hail reports, but never really got its act together as far as any tight rotation in the low levels of the atmosphere to produce a tornado. But it was in the favorable environment to produce tornadoes, and that favorable environment was from Big Spring along I-20 towards Abilene down towards San Angelo as well. So West Texas over towards the Permian Basin was where we had the best, most favorable conditions for tornadoes today. And for the hail threat, once again, this is where we saw the largest hail. We definitely saw a golf ball plus size hail there in that area highlighted in orange. Now here for the Metroplex, the good news is the overall threat for damaging hail is going to be low. Here's these storms, these new storms, these additional storms are going to be moving in, but we're still going to be watching out for some mainly strong winds. And you can see right there, we're not clear yet from the strong winds. We can still see 50, 60, possibly even 70 mile an hour straight line winds here moving in as we head into this evening as this line starts to move in. As far as any additional rainfall, this is in addition to the rain we've already seen. Most of those rainfall totals you can see there are going to be well to the south. That's where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall amounts, and some of those amounts will be 3 to 4 inches, so we'll be watching out for that very closely. So the last thing I want to talk about, kind of mentioned this earlier. Yes, we are definitely going to be watching out for that that potential, that warm up really starting to move into the forecast. So yes, today we had the first alert weather day, Mother's Day, tracking that risk of severe weather. Tomorrow, the front that brought us all the severe weather drops our temperatures down to the upper 70s for Monday. But then after that, look what happens on Tuesday. Temperatures start to rebound. The sunshine returns. 85 degrees on Tuesday. Tuesday might be the weather day of the week because after that, whew, it starts to warm up pretty quick. We'll be in the 90s Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I will point out, this time of year, we normally start to see patterns, cycles in the weather pattern to where we normally start to see over a 7 to 8 day period, a very similar setup. And right now, it looks like that setup has us having rain and storm chances over the weekend. So as we head into next weekend, heads up, we will be tracking additional chances of showers, storms, possibly severe weather. So stay right here with CBS News Texas. We'll bring you the first alert. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Damian Lotus. You're not missing any of your programming. We're just going to give you a quick update here on the strong to severe storms working its way into the Metroplex. We are tracking a wall of water approaching the I-35 corridor. Strong winds, flooding rainfall will be the primary risk here as we head into this evening. And you can see these showers are moving in very strong from the west. The overall time of arrival here as these storms get closer, about 8:30 there for Arlington, 8:30 for DFW. We'll have more updates. You can join us right now live on our First Alert stream. And welcome to our First Alert weather stream here. I'm First Alert meteorologist Damian Lotus. Lost the track here as we head into the evening of your Mother's Day. So far here for the Metroplex, we've had a couple of showers, hit or miss showers here. We have a shower over Arlington that impacted the ball game here for today. But now is the time. Hunker down, get ready, because a wall of water is working its way towards the Metroplex. So overall, yes, we still have the First Alert weather day in effect here for this afternoon, this evening here because of the storms. So overall, we still have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for all these counties right here highlighted in pink. This severe thunderstorm watch extends until 9 p.m. So we still have about another hour 15 here before this watch expires. It's just after 7:48 here on your Mother's Day Sunday. So we will be watching out for, yes, the conditions are still prime for severe weather here across this region. But I do want to point out that as we head into tonight, you can see that the overall risk zone for severe weather has changed. Now it looks like the highest potential for severe weather will stay well, and I mean well, to the south of the Metroplex. North Texas, we're primarily going to be in that level 1 zone, that green zone there for severe weather. So we will be watching out for some gusty winds, some heavy rainfall. I'm also going to be watching out for some frequent lightning. Some of these storms are putting on a pretty impressive light show. As a matter of fact, as you look off to the north and look off to the west, you're probably seeing those storms as they approach right now here. We have about another 45 minutes until they cross the I-35 corridor. But overall, here for the Metroplex, the storm risk that I am primarily going to be watching out for will be, as you can see there on your screen, an elevated risk of flash flooding. Now, earlier, it looked like the highest potential was going to be for large hail, damaging winds. Well, those storms fortunately stayed well off to the south, well off to the southwest. So now we're still watching out for the potential of severe weather, but most of that severe weather is going to stay well to the south. So at least here for the Metroplex, no tornado threat. We don't need to worry about that. The overall conditions have almost deteriorated completely for the overall potential for tornadoes. For large hail, it's going to be relatively low as well. We could see some hail being produced by some of these storms, but as far as that baseball, softball size hail, that's definitely not going to be in the forecast here as we head into this evening for the Metroplex. We are going to see some strong winds, some gust of winds here from some of these storms. So that's why I left on the low potential there for strong winds. And once again, flooding rainfall will be the primary risk I'm tracking here as we head into this evening. So here's the latest on radar. You can see that wall of water approaching I-35 west here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. Lots of lightning with these storms as well, especially between Bridgeport and Denton. So overall, putting that time of arrival, you can see DFW 8:30. So we got about another 45 minutes. Downtown Fort Worth, look at that, about 10 minutes. And then downtown Dallas, 9:01, so about an hour away. And then the storms are going to continue to work their way well off to the east. Sulphur Springs down there, Athens at 11:30. So this is what we are tracking as far as the overall time of arrival here for these particular storms. But right now, I primarily want to focus on the storms that are just now crossing the I-35 corridor west, I-35 west, I should say. So from Denton all the way down to Hillsborough there, especially on the western sides, Tarrant County, yeah, we're seeing a wall of water moving in right now that we are going to be tracking for you here as we head into this evening. Here's the radar's estimate and measurement of the winds. So what you're looking at on this map, the colors coordinate to the direction of travel. So the green you see on the map, those are winds that are blowing towards the radar. You can see the radar side is just to the north of Burleson there on I-35, right along the county line. Now the reds on this map indicate winds that are blowing away from the radar site. So what you also want to look at on there is that the colors on this map also indicate the strength of the winds, the intensity, the velocity of the winds. So the brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. So the good news is earlier, this map right here, oh man, it was lighting up like a Christmas tree. Very bright winds, or very bright colors, very strong winds. But the good news is the colors are a little bit more muted, right? Which means not as strong winds, weaker winds. That's the word I'm looking for. Weaker winds here across the Metroplex. So that's good. Good news is overall the winds have come down. The hail threat has come down, but the only thing that has not come down is that flooding threat. That's going to be the main potential that we track as we head into this evening. And the best thing of all I can show you is this map right here. Take a look at this. This is the hail tracker. And earlier, especially off to our southwest, we were seeing tennis ball, baseball size hail. This map right here, not tracking any hail whatsoever. There could be some very small shot size hail, but overall looks like the hail threat is all but over here for the Metroplex. Now down to the south, these are the storms. This has been the storm of the day. This is a storm that has produced that tennis ball, baseball size hail. And you can see right there that even as we look at the velocity, once again, you're seeing brighter colors for this storm, which means stronger winds. We're also still seeing a few isolated areas with a rotation signature, which is still very supportive for producing large hail. And you can see here on the hail sizes, overall, the good news is the hail sizes, the hail cores on this particular storm have come down as well. But that was not the case earlier. Let's go and show you Jason's videos. We have 2 videos from one of our storm chasers, Jason. And just listen to this real quick. That is definitely one way to ruin your Mother's Day afternoon, which I don't know why you want to take your mother storm chasing, but that's what we saw here for today. That was the storm there off to the west. And yeah, I mean, just look at that. Look at it. Not only was it large hail, but it was a lot of hail as well. That's the kind of hail where it just coats the ground. That's not snow. Those are hailstones. Yeah, just listen to that. That's the picture that he sent in. That was the biggest hailstone he was able to find. I think that was tennis ball size. Now, unfortunately for Jason, he didn't have a tennis ball or a baseball in his car, which, you know, that's what you got to. Whenever you're out storm chasing, for any amateur storm chasers out there, bring a quarter, bring a dime, bring a penny. You want to bring a golf ball, a ping pong ball, a baseball, a softball, and a tennis ball. So that way you have that analog to compare the hailstones to. Also, you want to bring a measuring tape or ruler, so that way you can see just how big the hailstones are. But yeah, those are the kind of hailstones that Jason was tracking here earlier for us. But the good news is, right now, not seeing any of that baseball size hail here with this particular hail core. But once again, as this storm approaches I-35 just to the north of Temple, once again, you do not want to see large hail, even if it is just quarter size hail. You don't want to see large hail approaching a major metropolitan area and a big highway. So this is the overall hail track. Every single one of those little icons you see right there on the map, every single one of those is a confirmed hail report. And the biggest one we were able to find was this one at 428 near Dublin. Look at that, 2.5 inches. A 2.5 inch chunk of ice fell from the sky there in Dublin. That is tennis ball size hail. So very dangerous hail. That was the primary thing we were tracking here for today. But the good news is, those storms that are producing, or that did produce, the baseball size hail, tennis ball size hail, that is well to the south of the Metroplex. And the good news is, it's going to stay to the south of the Metroplex. The storms are moving farther and farther away as the minutes go by. But the same cannot be said for these storms that are moving in right now. You can see Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth specifically. We have about 5 minutes here before that storm crosses. Denton, 8:06, Arlington, 8:27, DFW, the airport, 8:28. Jeff Ray was telling me that his wife's flight, she was flying back in today, his wife's flight got diverted to Wichita Falls because of the storms. So we're going to see widespread disruptions there continuing at DFW. DFW, one of the busiest airports in the entire world. So you see conditions like this, it's definitely going to have big disruptions here for this. But then downtown Dallas, 9:01. You can see Mesquite, 9:22, Rockwall, 9:34. All these areas, Corsicana, 10:31, Canton, 11:05. So that's going to be the time of arrival here. So pick your town, pick your time of arrival. That's when that wall of water is going to be moving through right now. So the good news is, not really tracking much of a severe threat. If we do see any severe impacts, it'll primarily be for strong winds. We could see some gusty winds, but as far as any winds that are going to blow down trees and snap power lines, anything like that, that's not going to be in the forecast. Just a wall of water, heavy rainfall continuing here across this region. That's going to be the main thing we track here for you as we head throughout the next couple of hours. Future track. This is what the future track radar is showing. By 9 o'clock, that's when the storms are going to be moving across the Metroplex. And then after that, just as fast as these storms move in, that's as fast as they move out. By 11 o'clock, I-35 West, you're clear. By midnight, Dallas County, you're clear as these storms continue to work off to the east and off to the southeast. And by 2 to 3 a.m., we're all clear. And that's going to be the case here as we head into your Monday. So 10 o'clock temperatures here, Yeah, we're going to see some rain-cooled 60s as we head into this evening. Sunset right there is at 8:17, so we still got about 20 minutes here before the sun officially sets. So as you look off to the west, probably a pretty nice sunset if any of that sun gets to peek through the clouds, but you're definitely seeing the lightning as it moves through. Lows tonight dipping into the 50s here because of that cold front. That cold front's what kicked off all these thunderstorms. So it will be a chilly start here for your early Monday morning. Definitely don't want to let you forget about that. As we head into tomorrow, here's your hour-by-hour planner. Sunrise, 6:33, temperatures in the 60s. We'll be in the 70s by about midday. Average high for this time of year is 82. We'll be below that. We'll be in the upper 70s. It'll be a comfortable afternoon with partly cloudy skies, but it is going to be warming up here as we head throughout the next couple of days. As a matter of fact, look at your highs for your Monday. Upper 70s, low 80s. So it's going to be a pretty comfortable afternoon. But one thing I do want to point out, here are the rainfall totals projected over the next 10 days. I want to point something out. Sunday, that's today. This is tonight. Tonight we'll see some heavy rainfall to our north, but after that, look at that. Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday, nothing. Thursday, the spigot stays off. Then as we head into Friday, look off to the west, starting to see a couple of showers developing there to the west. And then look what happens. Latest projections has more heavy rainfall possible next Saturday, next weekend, next Sunday. And then on Monday, look at that, more heavy rainfall. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right now, if this current projection and pattern holds true, we are going to see some very heavy rainfall, even as we head into Tuesday. So yeah, definitely heads up for that. For that 7-day forecast, you can see for tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, highs in the 70s. After that, the heat's back. We'll be back in the mid-80s with sunny skies on Tuesday. Tuesday just might be the weather day of the week, but then after that, sunny skies persist in the forecast. But then look at that. Highs stay in the 90s. We don't really see a pattern change until we head into Saturday and Sunday next weekend, which once again, we're tracking some more heavy rainfall chances. So we'll continue to track that. Now's the best time to download our free weather app. You can get push notifications to your specific locations for any watches, warnings, advisories. You can get the latest news headlines. On our weather tab, you can do an hour-by-hour forecast for temperature and get the latest update there on our 7-day forecast. In addition to the temperatures and the forecast, you can also get live radar in the palm of your hand, including our future track radar, which shows you when the storms are going to move in. So it's a great tool to have, especially as these storms are moving in to the Metroplex here. We'll have more updates coming up for you here as we head throughout the evening. We'll stay right here and we'll bring you the first alert. Welcome back. We will be watching out for an elevated risk of severe weather as these storms move in here over the next hour or two. Make sure you stay right here. We'll bring you the latest on our live stream. But then after that, we're going to be watching out for increasing heat as we head into next week. I'll have more updates coming up tonight at 10.
Okay, Damian, thank you. And we thank you so very much for watching CBS News Texas. Remember, we are always with you, CBS News Texas, and streaming, of course, on the CBS News app. We are right here on our site to ensure that you are watching what you see right there. Those are images from Hamilton County and the Metroplex. We're watching. We'll see you.
From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Damian Lotus, giving you an update here on the storms moving their way into the Metroplex. You're not missing any programming. Definitely don't want you to miss any tracker, right? Overall, we are seeing storms now crossing the I-35 corridor. The good news is none of these storms have been severe, but they are continuing to work their way off to the east. So you can see the latest time of arrival, 9:02 downtown Dallas. It's going to continue to work its way off to the east. 10:14 there at Corsicana, 11:25 there in Paris. So overall, these storms are going to be continuing to work from west to east. Heavy rainfall, some strong winds possible, but the good news is not really tracking much of a severe threat with any of these storms. I'll have the latest update on the risk and the timeline coming up live on our CBS News Texas stream. You can join us there coming up in just a bit. And welcome to our CBS News Texas stream. I'm First Alert meteorologist Damian Lotus. Lots of weather to track here as we head throughout the next hour or two here across parts of the Metroplex. We've seen a wall of water work its way across Tarrant County. We have seen some reports of some isolated, localized flooding, but overall the good news is the severe threat, the primary severe threat, is going to remain relatively low here as we head throughout the rest of this evening and as we head into the overnight hours. It's just after 8:36 here on your Sunday evening. I wish I had better news here for the evening for Mother's Day, right? But we're still tracking that potential of severe weather. Now, the good news is we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. But earlier, this map had a lot of North Texas counties on it. But now look at it. Hardly any of our counties are included on this watch. There's still some counties there far to the south if you look at the bottom of your screen. But for the good news is a lot of these counties have been trimmed off just because the overall support from the atmosphere just isn't there anymore whenever it comes to producing or maintaining severe weather, which is why, in addition to the severe thunderstorm watch, the severe thunderstorm risk zone has also shifted well to the south. Look at this. For the Metroplex and a majority of North Texas, we're still under that level 1 zone of severe weather, which means we could still see some stronger winds, some brief heavy downpours of rainfall, and some lightning. But overall, you can see that most of that severe weather is going to be well to the south. So we're talking Waco all the way down through Austin. That stretch right there along I-35. That is where we're going to see the highest potential of severe weather here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. So as we head into tonight, here are the severe threats here for the Metroplex especially and across the majority of North Texas. Tornado threat, just not there. The ingredients needed to produce tornadoes, especially from supercell thunderstorms, well, there's no supercell thunderstorms out there, so there's no way a tornado can form from a supercell thunderstorm if we don't have any of those. So the good news is the tornado threat, all but over. The large hail threat, almost all but over. There is still a chance that we could see a brief mid-level spin up that could produce some pretty good size hail, about quarter size, but overall it looks like the large hail threat is going to be over. If we do see any hail being produced by any of these storms, it's primarily looking like it's going to be shot size, so relatively small hail. Winds, strong winds, we could still see some strong winds. That's why I bumped up that risk right there. We could see some 30, 40, even 50 plus mile an hour straight line wind gusts from some of these storms as they cross the I-35 corridor. But the main risk I am tracking here as we head throughout the rest of this evening and as we head into tonight, right there, flooding rainfall. Yeah, look at that. We could see some heavy rainfall amounts here across parts of the Metroplex that I'll be tracking very closely. And you can see here, for downtown Fort Worth, the strongest rainfall is now starting to work its way into Arlington. So from Fort Worth to Arlington, that's where the heaviest rainfall is right now. Over the next 30 minutes, it'll be Arlington over towards downtown Dallas. So you can see here the time of arrival. Look at that. University of Dallas, 8:46, coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Downtown Dallas, 9:02. That's going to be the overall time of arrival. It's moving across DFW right now. And if we have a shot of DFW, we have a live camera out here. So believe it or not, I could have showed you this camera and said this could have been from anywhere, but no, this is our DFW camera. That's how heavy the rainfall is right there at the airport. So we've seen some disruptions there at DFW. As a matter of fact, our First Alert meteorologist, Jeff Ray, his wife was flying back into town into DFW, and her flight got delayed, or not delayed, got diverted into Wichita Falls because of the storms that we've been tracking here for today. So there are still going to be some disruptions here, especially for DFW, which unfortunately is one of the busiest airports in the world. So whenever you have disruptions there, that's definitely going to have some ripple effects on down the line. On radar, what we're going to be watching out for here is heavy rainfall moving into Dallas. We can show you the Dallas camera right now. And yeah, look at that. That's a wall of water and heavy fog, dense fog moving in. So we are going to be watching out for some heavy rainfall and some flooding potential. But this is what's moving in right now into Dallas. Dallas, it's sprinkling right now. But as you can see here on radar, the heavy rain is about to move in. The other thing I'm showing you right now are the winds being produced by this rainfall. Now, the colors correspond to the direction of the winds, but the brighter the colors, either red or green, the stronger the winds. So the good news is, earlier this map right here, it was lighting up like a Christmas tree. We were seeing some strong 40, 50, 60 mile an hour straight line wind gusts. Now the colors, as you can see there, a lot more muted, which is great because that means the winds have really come down in intensity, have come down in strength. Instead of seeing the 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts, now we're seeing just 10 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe a 30 mile an hour wind gust mixed in there from time to time. But the best news of all I can share with you, take a look at this, our hail tracker. It's not broken. It's just not tracking any hail anymore. That's the best news of all, is that earlier we were seeing some pretty decent, about quarter-size hail here across parts of North Texas. Now the overall hail threat all but pretty much evaporated. However, as you look off to the south, we still are tracking heavy storms, severe storms here off to our south. This has been the storm of the day, which our storm chaser Jason McLaughlin was on. And we have some pretty impressive video from his chase that he had here for today that we'll show you. I mean, just listen to this. Yeah, that is about quarter size up to about golf ball size hail there that you can hear. And Jason, like I said, he's a pro. If this is me, you'd probably have to bleep out some of the things I'd be saying if we were seeing that kind of hail there. But overall, we still have lots of heavy rainfall across this region, and we're still tracking a hail core. But overall, as far as this type of hail, which we can show you a picture that he sent in, and that picture was about definitely tennis ball size hail. That was the largest hailstone he was able to find, and that is definitely not the kind of hail you want to see on your Mother's Day afternoon. So as we go back to radar, you can see still tracking heavy rainfall and a few isolated areas where it looks like we could still see some hail. But on the velocity signature, which you're looking at right here, once again, the measurement of the winds. Now, some of these areas down here, once again, you're seeing those colors a lot brighter than what we have here over the Metroplex. But overall, look at this. Once again, the hail cores from these storms, once again, all but evaporating. That's the good news. And the good news is we need that hail to evaporate, because every single one of those little icons you see there on your screen, those are confirmed hail and damaging wind reports here across parts of the Lone Star State. As a matter of fact, the largest hailstone report I was able to find was this one right here at 428 in Dublin. Look at that, tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches. That is a huge chunk of ice falling from the sky. You definitely don't want to be caught outside with that. But overall, you can see the heavy rainfall is now starting to clear the I-35 corridor to the north, but we're still going to be seeing some heavy rainfall. So from Cleburne down through Hillsboro, heads up in Hillsboro, you're going to see some heavy rainfall move in. But for Dallas, especially northern Dallas County, that's where we're going to see some of the heavier rainfall amounts. And parts of North Dallas County also saw some heavy rainfall earlier this morning. So you get that back-to-back action. That's where we're going to see some of the higher rainfall amounts, and that's also where we're going to see the potential of some flooding as we head into this evening. So I'll be watching that very carefully. But one last look here at your time of arrival. Once again, University of Dallas coming up in the next couple of minutes. Downtown Dallas, 9:02. Rockwall, 9:40. Corsicana, 10:14. Sumner at 11:09. Paris at 11:25. Tyler eventually moving in after midnight. That's going to be this line of storms. It's moving from west to east, moving about 30 miles an hour. So the storms are picking up at a pretty good pace. But future track radar is showing that by 10 o'clock, you can see the storms are continuing here across parts of the Metroplex. But by about midnight to 1 a.m., the storms slowly start to work their way out of the region. And hey, we're going to be done with the rainfall. 10 o'clock temperatures here, we're going to be seeing some rain-cooled 60s. But once again, the cold front, which kicked off a lot of these storms, that's really going to have an impact tonight, tomorrow morning. Look at this. Lows across the Red River and in our northern counties, 50s heading out the door here in mid-May. That's going to be a chilly start as we head throughout the day. Tomorrow, sunrise at 6:33. Highs will be in the upper 70s, so not quite as warm as what I was tracking today. Sunset tomorrow is at 8:17, and highs for your Monday afternoon will be a mix of upper 70s to low 80s. It'll be a mild afternoon. Average high for this time of year is 82. But the other thing I want to point out is the rainfall we are tracking for the next couple of days. So starting on Tuesday, look at this. No rainfall across North Texas. Wednesday, no rainfall across North Texas. Thursday, same thing, right? Spigots off. Now, as you look at Friday, look off to the west. Slowly tracking, look at that, slowly tracking some rainfall moving in. But Saturday, this is next Saturday, heavy rainfall possible. Heavy rainfall possible on Sunday. So Saturday, Sunday. And look at it as we head into Monday, tracking heavy rainfall possible for Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And oh, look, we'll be watching out for heavy rainfall possible on Tuesday as well. So as we head into next weekend, if this pattern holds, we could be tracking 4 consecutive days of heavy rainfall here across North Texas. And when you combine all that rainfall over those 4 days specifically, we're going to see some pretty impressive rainfall amounts, 4, 5, 6, even 7 inches of total rainfall. Now, a lot's going to happen in the forecast between now and then, but overall, it does look like we're going to see a very wet weather pattern as we head throughout next weekend. But in the meantime, for tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, highs in the 70s. After that, back in the mid-80s. Tuesday is going to be the weather day of the week. And then after that, the 90s. Yes, 90s back in the forecast. And then we'll be watching out for more rainfall as we head into next week. So now that the storms are moving through, this right now is the time to download our free weather app. You can get customized, localized notifications there for any watches, warnings, or advisories to your specific location. You can get hour-by-hour advisories, hour-by-hour temperatures, and updated look at the 7-day forecast. And also, if you click on the top right-hand side of your screen, look at that. You can get radar. You can get the latest radar, and also additionally, you can get future track radar to show you what's going to be happening here as we go forward. And you can also get the latest news headlines there from CBS News Texas. So that's what we're going to be watching out for. So overall, we'll have some more updates coming up for you here as we head into this evening. You can join us coming up later at the 10 o'clock news.